So how you're getting on? Okay, I was about to say you're getting on later. You probably are, more than likely. So I'm not gonna lie, you really sound like you died or something. Hmm. All right, 32 regionals. Maybe. Hold on. 32 regionals. For the next 6 hours. It's gonna be fun and pretty interesting. There we go. Why is it so slow? Dang, bro. There you go. Got it. Boomer. I'm joking. So what are you gonna be? What are you gonna be playing? Oh. Uh. Really nothing. Not a lot. Not a lot of things. Yeah, that's honestly that was just those were like the only things that happened. You know, whatever. But yeah, really there really wasn't like a lot of things. You know what I mean?
Is electric here. I mean, man, I feel maybe like as I kind of start to think back to the game, right? As I focus in on like having a good time, like wait a minute, the game feels like there's one thing that's super important.
What the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like everybody up there on the stage has a game plan because we kind of talked about the qualification process for this land. We talked about how everybody had to place well to get here. And I feel like it's kind of showing in all of those interviews. Like, it's just confidence after confidence after confidence. But speaking of game plans, man, yeah, it definitely does kind of change when you do change up the format, right? We have a 3-day format, but the lobby is never going to look the same in each and every single one of these days. So I feel like in terms of preparation, right, day one duos are
Why is it lagging so hard?
just straight up prepared for whatever lobby they have set forth in front of them, where we can't really see those, day two duels.
Excuse me. Oh my God.
Look at how Venno and Curve actually won their FNCS on the NAC region. Dude, they were 10 going into day number 2, and then they ended up winning, right? But that's on the back foot of Venno just doing all of that preparation in between.
So hold on, I'm gonna actually dust real quick, and then I'll play.
In the lower bracket, just waiting to see who their 25 contenders are going to be. As a reminder, the top 25 do go to Sunday,
Hey,
but the bottom
if you can, please, for the love of Christ, bring that with you. The next time you come over here, please, for the love of God, bring that with you, because
Absolutely, and of course, so many other duels as we're
mine needs a dusting.
fantastic. I mean, you guys heard him for a moment. Obviously, we're in Germany. Len got to talk to him. No reason. There is so much hype being in this environment. I can't wait.
It's definitely going to be cool, and you can take a quick little peek right there. The preparation definitely comes in. Saw all of the players kind of setting up their setups earlier on, making sure that they had their drop maps, prepared for that. Obviously, it just kind of speaks to how important, how vital they feel like, the all-spawn situations are, how they need to feel comfortable that they are going to land first and have a big advantage because, these players were kind of allotted one single piece of player each to kind of bring with them on stage, and almost every single one of them, it feels like they dedicated it to the other game.
Yeah, they have the drop map, they have it right in front of them. The thing I'm thinking is, we had the practice matches, but you don't want to leak your strats in a practice match when the real deal is happening tomorrow. So now today, I'm curious to see how these kind of game plans unfold. Will we actually see Clicks contest Peterbot? Will we see Sky and Scroll to the same strat? Only time will tell.
Well, time it is, because guess what, Fortnite fam? It is that time. Game number 1 is ready, so let's kick it on over to the casters. It's Jacob PR and the best taco. We are
Bruh,
here.
so
This is the moment we've been waiting
did anything
for. The major one
dang.
Summit Land from 75
How
teams
tired were
from
you
across
last
the
night?
world are not only battling out for over $1 million in prize money, but the top
maybe like 8, but can I call you back?
Okay. Oh wait, yo, call. Squeeze play on there. I'm probably just gonna put squeeze play on there. FNCS here. Yeah, FNCS is gonna be right here. Squeeze play is gonna be on right on my phone. Ow. Hold on. All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Oh my. Peterbot and Polly are out. All right.
Yes, here we go. Look at all these people weighing in and talking about our beloved broadcaster. Andrew reminder, Squeeze plays the greatest thing in the history of televised sports. That's doing a lot of heavy lifting, but we'll take
All right, here's the first game of the day. And I thought we were in builds. We're not in builds. We're in zero build this time. But the next game we're going to be in builds. Idiot! Oh my gosh! Why leave? Bro, you actually are trash. Is he like, was he like gonna like, you know, be patient? You know? Hold on, guys.
Costello at the plate, top right. Drew Burris, top left. Joking already gives you like what starter in the big league box. It's very Mason Lee for UIC.
Whoa, okay. Brent.
BC sets the thing bottom of your screen. Bottom screen. BC is they just aren't going to go away. Nick Wang, he's really provided the majority of their power. That player, he's like sidearm, short arm stroke, 95. Sick. Bottom left.
Over a game. It's not our fault.
He basically said, Liberty, the voice of the Flames, you've seen this, Joey, like, they can pitch. Like, they really pitch in the finish. just getting sent to Holyfield and not tested.
I have no idea what the hell this kid is saying. I'm coming. Fuck! Behind you.
Mason Lee is going to show that first inning the rest of his life. Yes. Let me show you who it was. Let me show you what I did.
What happened the next 6 innings? Guys were focused on the first inning.
Birdie in the first hole to go.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're going to have quarters here with 1 out. Wake Forest.
Alright, after this game, probably just gonna go get the pizza, see what Elijah wants and stuff like that. And yeah. He has to watch his boats. He has like 184. Oh, Higgs! Biko's dead. Malabuka. It's only one for Malabuka. Oh, that was a good rotate. Dude, what is up? Okay, something. Okay, there we go. Who won? Cold. Game 1 goes to, I think, Cold and someone else. I forgot what is his name. Oh, what the hell? Go! What the hell? What the fuck? Holy my god. Let's go. They're gonna walk you. We are going to be live for the next 6 hours. From noon, from right now all the way until 6 p.m. for the next 6 hours. So we're gonna lock in. So the person that won that game was Rapid and Cold. Oh shit. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, why? Oh my gosh. I see you guys. Hold on. Roll to me. Oh shit, y'all though, all the way over there. Alright, hold on, I'll get y'all's reboot. Y'all, where are y'all? Okay. What the fuck? Oh. Yep, yeah. None. I'm playing Fortnite. We may have pizza today. So no, well we have like one of those frozen pizzas in the house. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're just gonna put that in the oven and then go about our day. When do you When do you drive? Like, when are you gonna drive again? I mean, my bad. I just went yesterday. It's like somewhere close to 50. I'll have to check again. Yeah, you need to work on that. Yours ends in 20. Oh shit, yeah, it does. You need to work on yours because it ends in 2027, I think, right? So yeah. Wait, when does it expire? My bad. 2027. Yeah, you need to work on that. Don't ask again. I need to go. It's not an if, ands, or buts. What the fuck? It didn't even go through. Oh shit. Let's go! What do you mean? It was the beginning of season here. Oh shit. Ah, fuck, I ran into that. I'm gonna go get this frozen pizza real quick and then I'll come back. So are you gonna what's it called?
Yapko Panzer, they've already had one solid lobby, and in a 6-game format for top 25, most of the heavy lifting has been completed. So now, for Los Angeles, they're going to be stuck having to try and escape, stay out of Panzer and Yapko's line of sight. But Shartini, they're looking to get more aggressive right from the start. They have gotten their revenge here in this second lobby.
I wish Zeke would have asked them what they need to do different, because it feels like they did exactly that. In game one, we saw them fly high. They didn't go to the closest drop marker down below, and that made it late to take over Wonky Land. This time around, it looks like they got aggressive. They went ahead and pushed the fight over to Clicks and Higgs. The first down is there. Clicks in a 2v1. You can see him trying to make a play, but Taco, by then, it's too little, too late. Shark and Teeny get their get back.
Look, I understand that Teeny is definitely very strong when it comes to those lurk play opportunities, but sometimes you just gotta let Shark's natural instincts take over. That upfront and aggressive close combat sort of style is definitely going to work out in their favor, because Clicks and Higgs, we even heard it in their call out briefly before this matchup started. They were expecting them to play it much more passive. They know that all you need is 1-2 good lobbies and you're through the top 25, and you don't want to be watching if you're Clicks and Higgs currently, because Sharktini, how many times have you seen them contested at Wonky Land? It's been happening all season long, Jacob. And sure, that was just in the EU department, but even at a global level, preventing Sharkantini from converting an off spawn into a top 5 finish, I would be a little worried about that.
Yeah, and you can kind of see right here, Vico Malbuka, Frigid Fortress. Wondering maybe, where did Vico get that elimination while uncontested. Well, Taka, let me tell you, he actually took down Agers from Frigid Fortress, really playing a role in that fight. Noah Riley's going to go down. Razan's going to be by himself. 1v2 situation. Well, let's see how good his practice map actually is.
Reason is doing what he can to try and get away, but Veloz looking to chase this one out. They need some kind of recovery point, but Reason, he might be running straight into the heart of where Yapko is currently based up, but Veloz might be forced to give up the chase. Don't want to expend too many resources too early on, especially when you know that Painted Bombs currently belongs to Panzer and Yapko. The juice just isn't worth the squeeze, so Reason will manage to escape, but it might only be a temporary relief because Yapko and Panzer, they might have a good idea of where exactly the solo's at.
Yeah, and you just got to be very cognizant of where the zone is actually pulling, because right now, you can kind of see the edge of it, so it seems like it might be pulling away from the northeastern part of the map. Only time will tell. Isaiah, Scary, going for a lurk play. They already win their off-spawn fight, but that's not going to be enough. Quinjan's wide. It looks like they're trying to sneak up onto them that already have their base secured, so it might not be the best idea. So I do like this out of Sayaz and Scary. Instead of trying to push in a fight that you might not need, they go ahead and disengage and continue their game.
BLT, unfortunately, a victim of Thomas HD and Focus. At one elimination, going to try and propel them forward as they're looking to get the secondary component. LB Works just barely managing to get away, but it's only going to be a short-lived instance. Focus and Thomas get a little bit of a run back here to see how exactly that all broke down for BLT, and unfortunately, yeah, Thomas just too quick with it, waiting on that opposite angle.
Yeah, almost makes me wonder, is that a part of their strategy after kind of realizing in game one, we might need to get a little bit more aggressive for Surge, whether it's close range or long range. But Thomas, Focus, from Riptides to that elimination, they're already on the move. Sky and Stroll as well from the north side of Battlewood. They did exactly what Benno said they should have done. Switched up their game plan because what they were doing should not have worked. And now Sky and Stroll, instead of overstaying their welcome at Battlewood Boulevard, they instantly rotate the Dark Dominion.
Already recognize the fact that this lobby is moving at a different pace entirely, and they don't want to be left behind. Staying one step ahead of the pack is always going to be difficult, though, especially with the way that some of these other teams are playing. Hobby and Aminish, after that first game performance, they found themselves just inside of the top 10, and they're looking to hold on to that position.
Fights don't stop. Chap and Flixie from one to the next. They win their off-spawn fight, and sure, essentially, that new Sanctuary would be uncontested to themselves, but after that, you see them rotating out through the tunnel. They put themselves in a 2v1 situation. Nutty's going to be the only one down below, and there's really no options. They closed off each end, and they're really trying to make their numbers advantage work, pressuring in zone after zone. Nutty's just trying to go ahead and run away now, and this might be his only chance at survival.
Well, Flixie sent a little bit further back than what had originally been intended there, but Chap's still willing to get Chase cut off yet again by the top of that tunnel, and that might have been just enough delay for Nutty to slip away. But even still, Jacob, relatively low on materials, doesn't have any metal, needs to get a reboot off for Gabzetta, and there are other teams still looking to try and enter new Sanctuary, and whether or not they're also a team that's hurting for some hard material, looking to try and refarm some of those elements, it's not going to be very easy for Nutty to find this reboot anytime soon.
Yeah, for Chap and Flixie, though, I like that lack of desperation for that elimination. They say, hey, he's going in new Sanctuary. He's going to have to come out eventually, and they're just going to wait instead of waiting and moving in and possibly getting lurked, just like you see Janice and Cheaton doing here to Controller. Haman, I'm not sure if he's there anywhere nearby, but he desperately needs to get some sort of a signal because they are gearing up right now to break through the wood, land a good shot on a Controller, but he got the signal just a little too late. He's in the box. They're not trying to let him out, and they do not let it happen. That first knock, that one's going to be easy. Haman is almost nowhere in sight. So for Cheaton Janice, that was a free elimination.
They definitely need to start establishing some territory pretty soon here. Armando stuck inside of their surge base, but if he's that high up, Jacob, you have to wonder how exactly were Cheaton and Giannis able to slip by the watchtower, and now Haman forced to try and figure out, do I stick around? Am I going to be able to disengage? or will I just be lit up the moment that I try to escape my position?
I will say the saving grace, though, for him is the zone is pulling away from that spot. So eventually, everybody will have to go, and he'll get at least a chance at that reboot card. But you can kind of see in Cheaton's inventory, literally seconds before, he had bandages in there. So you can see they're lacking a ton of loot, and that elimination's got to help them tenfold. Let's jump on our winners of game one, 101 points, Cold and Rapid. They said, hey, this one for them was a little easy. They got high ground. I don't think anybody had a chance to look up.
They were playing that first lobby as if it was an opens, Jacob. It did not seem like it was a Summit Major LAN appearance because they just had so much control and they never once hesitated with any of their decisions. So the composure very clearly matching their mentality right now. But Yuma, Toyota, scenes over by Frigid Fortress. Could be heating up pretty soon here. Toyota doing what he can to try and stay out of the line of sight there from Vico and Malaguka. You know, they're likely to be lurking. Rapid Coldo, they might have just caught Nivea and Pupu completely off guard, completely sandwiching this duo. They're both so low on HP, and Rapid, he knows there's only one good bump shot left to make this elimination happen.
Yeah, Cold, Rapid. It almost feels like they chased these guys down in game one. That's how they're able to get their early surge and eliminations, and they're trying to stick to the game plan. Zone is moving over towards the northwestern part of the map, so as soon as they can find this elimination here and clear a path, they won't have much to worry about outside Reed and Cooper. We're at Latte Landing. They know they have their long launch pad then, so they're not in a rush either. And this is kind of in the meta this season. With the shockwaves, with the gauntlets, you can go ahead and travel a long distance in a short time. So you're seeing with the surge changes coming in, more and more teams staying inside of the zone early on.
But the bigger issue that was building there was where Cooper was actually based at. He had the full cutoff point there for Mini Pio. He's forcing them to rotate through Painted Palms, and eventually they're going to run straight into where Apko and Panzer were at just to try and evade two other duos. So it's not like they have a clear-cut path in front of them. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo, they're also taking a little bit more of a scenic tour. They definitely want to start trying to build a little bit more cushion zone in the points department because 8 is not where we would anticipate to see this duo after that first lobby.
Yeah, and underneath, Benno Curve just rotating on by. I thought for a second maybe they're just lurking around, but nope, you just can't freely pass Peterbot and Pollo when they're that high in the sky. They got a huge vision advantage over everybody else, but Benno and Curve sneaking by, making sure they don't take a single shot of damage. Up top, Peterbot and Pollo, they're going to use the fizz, the shockwave. That's how they're going to make it to zone. Alex and Reckless, they moved in from the far eastern side of the map over towards Sandy Strip, and typically for teams that do land on the outskirts, they do rotate into POIs just like Sandy Strip to go ahead and replenish what they're missing from their drop spot.
One above, one below, Reckless on the rooftop. Alex now starting to rotate back through his duo's building as Reed, Cooper checking back in on them and what's been brewing here at Latte Landing, recognizing the fact that they haven't been taking that immediate engage with Agers and Ritual. These two teams from NAC kind of just recognizing the fact that maybe we play to our own strengths before we look to try and take out the other.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots I've been talking about, Latte Landing. There's a launch pad back here that takes you higher and further than most of the other launch pads on the map. And then you mix it with the Flowberry Fizz like you see Reek and Cooper doing there. You almost fly so high you're out of render distance, but Peterbot and Pollo, they didn't get that same chance. It didn't work out in the same manner. They end up in a scuffle underneath, but it's not just them. It's not just Curve and Venno who are also nearby. There are 3 teams directly here with 2 more on the outskirts.
But this isn't the first time that we've seen Pete and Pollo essentially getting cut off by Venno and Curve. I don't know what Venno's been getting up to, but it really feels like he's got a lot of cutoff points set up specifically to engage with Pete and Pollo. Could be pre-firing that we are only in game 2 after all, Jacob, but Venno, Curve, they got their damage and now they're getting out.
Yep, go into the tunnel where they have that secret porta potty. Go ahead and teleport themselves through as Peterbot and Pollo continuing to try to move towards the west. But that's Hari and Cammy there on the other side. And they were honestly disruptors of that last game, probably being a huge focal point of why Peterbot and Pollo got down. I'm not sure if this is an act of revenge or just maybe early damage for Storm Surge. Either way, Peterbot looks to not slow down here.
Pete Pollo definitely very aggressive, and that's exactly why. 143 below on surge damage, and if they keep taking these odd shots over at Cammy and Hottie, they're bound to get a little bit of bite back here. Hottie nearly getting the finish there onto Peterbot, but good tags exchanged from both ends. It's going to mean that Pete has to step back. Pollo now looking to take over that aggressive front, but Pollo eats another decent punt tag there from Hottie. Cammy doing a great job at just keeping everything closed off.
Yeah, and you see they got what they wanted. They won the exchange for the most part, but they get caught lacking. Peterbot not missing a shot, getting that first down on the Hari. But you see, Taco, they're still 27 below the damage threshold. They needed more than just a full elimination worth of damage, so they have to continue to be on the hunt. Right now, it looks like they're looking for Cammy as a solo, but you see there's plenty of opportunities right in front of them.
That went from being the dream scenario for Cammy and Hottie to an absolute nightmare. And now Cammy trying to see if he can enact his own revenge here, but Pete quick with the cutoff. Pete here to remind everybody exactly who he is in this moment, but he'll be forced to just keep things moving forward. He got the damage he was after. He doesn't want to spend any more time here on Cammy, and he's left Cammy in the dust, stuck dealing with surge and everything else in between.
It's a 5-tick zone. There's no more heals. He has to make it in now. The timing has never been perfect. He gets into the zone. The elimination to Cammy. The siphon comes in, and now they have a fizz. They are above the damage threshold, Taco, but when you look at their loadout, they're in desperate need of loot.
They might be able to clash with a handful more teams. It all depends on whether or not they actually want to try and make some sort of a dead side approach. You also have to remember that there are going to be other duos looking to try and scale up this mountain face. The zones over by Wonky can be very brutal to actually retain any sort of materials, and when you are a duo that's already clinging on for just those last little bits of scraps, Chino, Pablo, kind of a similar position here. They might have a little bit of damage to be just above for the moment, but will that stay true?
Yeah, in the next zone, that's going to get flipped upside down more than certainly. See Minute down on the side of that mountain. You said it yourself. Making up and scaling the summit here is going to be near impossible. Only the best will survive. Scroll, Sky, they see them down to just one individual. Sky, and he's below the damage threshold. 132, essentially needing an elimination, and he needs it now. Storm Surge will activate, and he will take that 25 damage every 7 seconds.
Probably happy to just be leeching off a size, just Flowberry Mist Grenade, but first, can he break out away from Ties? Looking back, sees there is a solo behind me. He might be able to be the cutoff point, but instead, recognizing I've just got to keep things moving forward. He's such a low material count here, though, Jacob. If he can find that solo, if he can get that elimination, the refresh would buy him so much time instead of having to play for the backside of zone.
Yeah, and if climbing the mountain wasn't hard enough, Peterbot and Pollo go down before they reach the top of that mountain. The zone pulling all the way across, so we're going to go through varying different elevation changes, and if you don't have the materials, Taco, good luck to you, but Sky somehow finds a way to get above the damage threshold. 50 teams still alive, so even so, Storm Surge deactivates here. It will not officially turn off in this game until there's 40 or less players standing.
Sky is so trapped right now. Vico and Malabuka definitely sniffed out his position, but they also know why take the risk. They have the options, the opportunity to try and make their way towards the next high ground point, and Sky still as a solo from behind takes down Science, takes out Repairs, the siphon kicking in, the lifeline has been extended, but can he actually make it up the mountain face? Another siphon to bail him out momentarily, but for Strokey, he might just be the one to shut Sky's fate down to a limit here, and Sky can't continue working his way up. He's out of this one, but at least got 3 eliminations.
Yeah, even though those eliminations were good, he just got no mobility from it, and that's what eventually caused his downfall. But you can see they're not going down without a fight. Our top 25 teams left in this game. That means placement points are starting to play a role. And with every team that falls, they'll cascade further and further until you get that victory royale. And obviously, eliminations make the difference throughout the test of time in FNCS.
All right.
We've seen it play a role multiple times.
Yes, he's on the high ground currently. It's Acorn and Bolts, and this is practically their backyard. Starting off over by Storm Station.
Okay, this quality is not it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Almost 1,300 damage above. They are completely smothering this lobby and not allowing anybody to even remotely consider trying to challenge them on height. All they've got to do is keep spraying out that secondary height layer, and even the duos that are trying to see if they can overdrive their way forward, they're just getting cut off entirely. Bolton, Acorn, along with the rest of the lobby, the catastrophe is taking place. No one can survive.
Yeah, as you see, going off the side of the mountain again, going down. Maybe a little bit of hills in the way for Pablo Chino. You see they have very little materials, no extra heals. Even though Storm Surge is no longer a worry in this game, it's about where they're going to get the elimination. And Kiruo from the flank is able to get one. He gets back to back by himself to make miracles happen.
Hey, better than a last-minute fill, and what else could you possibly ask for than getting those points delivered at your front door, man? But Vico, Malabuka, now looking to see if they can have possible challenge here on height. Malabuka still looking. They're going to drop, but it's momentary. They see Tyler, Matt and Cole, too many duos. A little bit too close for comfort here. Malabuka without any material. He's waiting to see if Vico can actually play catch-up, but Vico left behind. He's just got to find his own elimination here. A refresh is everything currently, and there's no one in front of him.
Oh, we found old builds. This is absolutely perfect. No material left. Even with them both still alive, they reunite finally back into the same box. But this is where they need elimination. The zone is going to push some players over, not directly in their path, but give them a chance just like that. A much-needed elim was found by Malabuka.
Yapko and Panzer are still doing their thing, though. 5 eliminations already for Yapko, 6 in total for this duo, but they know there's still a team hanging out all the way in the high ground. Will they get the chance to chop? First, we're going to bring down Giannis. Next, they're going to look towards Victor V. They're seeing if they can chop out his floor, but I think just barely managing to escape in the moment. Acorn and Bolts, though, just look at what they are doing to the rest of this lobby. They are forcing all of these teams underneath them to just burrow underground.
Look how many builds they have, Taco, because it's going over their mountain. Yes, I said it. Acorn and Bolts, they've claimed this mountain. It pulls up towards this drop spot, and they are not letting up off the gas. This is their perfect opportunity, not only climb up that leaderboard, but potentially take first. But there's still so many waiting in the wings. You see Shark, Teeny still alive, Vico fighting for every inch in this game. He gets the down on a darn. The siphon is needed by Vico, but the onslaught won't stop. Demus is there, trying to get revenge, but he falls as well. Vico stands tall.
Vico's right at home, finding that fragger opportunity, and now playing catch-up to the rest of the lobby. But Shark, he's been taken out. Yapko and Panzer are going to be the first to catch up to him. Bolt's Acorn still causing so much of a delay, though, in terms of where Yapko goes next. He's forced to drop, trying to just stay out of their line of sight, trying to see if he can huddle underneath some of these leftover builds. But Bolt's Acorn, they're taking their sweet time. They know that there's a handful of solos underneath them, so why rush it as Vico's clearing out the lobby all by himself?
Still trying to find more eliminations here. Top 3, most of the placement points, but essentially 2 solos against the duo of Acorn and Bolts. And now the zone pulling down the mountain again. A perfect scenario for Vico to stay alive just a little bit longer to get that top 2 situation. But now what do? You're going against Acorn and Bolts. They have 6 eliminations. They have tons of materials. They have 2 different win conditions, because if they want to wait until the last zone, they can shockwave out and win by heal off.
Look, I am all for everything that Vico has been able to accomplish in this lobby so far, Jacob. The fact that he has converted this into a second place opportunity for him in Malabuka is incredible scenery. But now, with the full bag, Vico is left trying to just stay in alert position. Bolts is off on the hunt, but he's still staying right next to Acorn's side. They just have so much white heal ammunition. They don't need to rush it. Vico only has so many more options before he completely runs out of space to work with. As Acorn Bolts, they continue to spray away at the builds. Vico doing everything in his power to try and stay alive, but I fear we are only watching the inevitable unfold here, Jacob. Vico might be able to try and shift things up, but he's going to need to pull out all the stops here, and it doesn't look like it'll be enough as Bolts finally going in for the closing shot. The elimination's good to go, and we've got a victory royale.
From the backside of the mountain to the top of the summit.
Vico wins it.
Acorn and Bolts have just won a game, and
That was Bolts and Acorn?
on top, and they have to be feeling out of this world, Frankie.
Acorn and Bolts, the casters were saying, you must be feeling...
4 runs already. That was a home run. Gone. Wow. Huh? Fine, okay, 3 outs. Okay, thank God.
That's why the NCAA provides financial literacy, physical readiness, and life skills. And studies show college athletes succeed later in life at higher rates than their peers. Participation in NCAA sports prepares half a million student athletes for success, creating tomorrow's leaders today. See all the ways the NCAA puts student athletes first.
Oh shit, that, oh, hold on, that's... All right. What's that? All right. All right, let's try reload. Damn! I didn't even realize what the score was. Holy shit! 8-2. Ow! Fuck. Huh? What's up? Y'all, reset. Reset. Got him. Oh my, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot on that one. Elijah, it was only, oh my.
get you patched up.
Res me! Res me! Oh my gosh. Res me! Res me! Res me! Thank you. Got him! Let's go! Fourteen kills, that's crazy. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna go do something real quick and I'll be back.
bases left for Swizzy to actually venture through, and Doxy X1, they just played that one excellently. They knew that he was trapped. He had nowhere left to run to, and just like that, we're right back here at Sandy Strip, and the cube is going to be his worst nightmare right now for Mini Theo. It sent everyone flying, but Chino, what kind of aim course is he running over here?
I need his routine right now. That was one of the most insane things I've seen in quite a while. Not only getting the knock mid-air, but cleaning up the eliminations, and that is exactly why they land at Sandy Strip. They know teams will float around and try to use that as a mode of rotation. We've seen multiple teams, not just then, get caught out because of it.
Super hard to make those rotations when there are just so many teams around. Speaking of hard rotations, Peterbot and Pollo landed all the way on the west side of the map, had to make their way all the way over here to Sanctuary. That being said, I feel like they found themselves in a very favorable position. 500 damage above, as I say that, drop that down to 300. But they have pretty much the higher ground secured as it currently stands. We know they love to play higher ground taco. Can they actually hold on to this throughout the rest of the game?
This is definitely the best sort of position that we have seen Peterbot and Pollo all 3 games so far today. Sky Scroll, on the other hand, though, way up in the distance, separated from the rest of the lobby, trying to see if they can just break in to the edge of zone, hoping that they get a chance to try and take out any duos that might be looking to try and cut them off, but instead will find a secure position to start tarping out, securing space, and now they can take the chance to look back.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where you have to stay alive. You've been in it for 7 zones. There's 26 teams. One more falls, and you start to get those placement points, so you don't want to have to look back and say, we wasted a lot of opportunities here throughout the tournament. Placement points are now starting to come in. 25 teams still up. But you see 49 players. That means someone in this lobby is running around as a solo.
Malabuka and Vico, right? They almost found the opportunity right there on Yuma and Koyoto. As you can see right now, the zone is actually pulling north. And when a pull like this happens, any team that's already based up here is going to have the opportunity to pick up the higher ground. And that's going to be Yuma and Koyoto as it currently stands. Tuning in with Sky and Scroll. We just looked at these guys 45 seconds ago. They had 21 materials to their name. Elims are going to be helping out with that.
And that's exactly where Sky was able to get the party started here with Chance and Tyler. The moment that they claim that front side low ground position, they are right back in the most comfortable driving seat. That's exactly where they had so much success in the EU Major 1 Finals, and it looks like they finally managed to replicate it here in Game 3. But Deemish, Darm, talk about a duo that has been on the upswing all 3 games so far today. They've just been establishing their own territory. But Vico Malabuka, big knock opportunity here, taking out Veno.
Yeah, they don't even necessarily need this fight. 3 players go down, no more Storm Surge. 1,100 for them. Some shots coming in, so they're going to fall down just a little bit, but they're holding their ground. They know they have extra materials, so they're not afraid to overbuild and spend those mats.
Taking a look bottom right, I see Sky and Scroll already kind of establishing that low ground that they are known for. Cold and rapid throughout the day. They've been known for coming out swinging, right? Winning game number 1. But I would imagine now that all the other teams are kind of feeling comfortable towards the higher ground, maybe they go ahead and go back to what they're used to.
But even with this elevation not really being a huge turning point, because we are in that south section of the map, Teeny, Shark, they're still on the high ground. They're still looking to take players out along the way. Shark able to help bring down Yapko, and they are still looking for more, Jake, as they continue tarping overhead, but you are never safe. You are not high enough to avoid the rest of the lobby just yet.
Yeah, especially in a meta where you got shockwaves and you got that fizz grenade, so you gotta expect things to happen at a moment's notice. Even Hari came, he's trying to go ahead and shockwave forward, but they stayed on both separate ends for Sky and Scroll. They're making sure nobody can get a free flank. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo, they're in the thick of it down below. They're trying to get as much damage, maybe even elimination. As of now, they're good on their loadout. They're good on loot, but they know eventually they're going to need an elimination.
So easy for this duo to quickly kind of change targets. Why nobody is pretty much safe when you are anywhere near that duo. They're going to be needing an elimination, and just as I say that, Rezon finds himself on the opposite side of things. Peterbot's going to be dropping down. The mats come in, but now they go ahead and need to make the rotation necessary that they need, and I'm sure we're going to be finding another elim that they're going to need, of course.
Well, we saw a big solo clutch for placement points out of Vico in the last lobby. Can Malabuka do the same here in Game 3? Overdrive grenade with a little bit of a stimmy effect on the movement, but look at Cold and Rapid. Isolated in the mid-ground, trying to take out players as they look back. Sky and Scroll, though, just left to their own devices here, completely trying to shut down what Cringe and Twy have going on, but instead, they'll find themselves looking to stay moving forward. They still want to control front side. They still want to make sure that nobody else is going to be able to take over.
Yeah, sometimes for Sky and Scroll, you need to stumble before you wake up and start to play to your full potential. And this game is a real example of that. Same thing for Rapid and Cold. They won game 1, and then they had a huge hurdle in their path for game 2, and this is a chance to make up for it. Meanwhile, Vico, Malibuca, one of the most consistent teams we have still alive in this lobby, even as a solo. As Peterbach tries to run down one, but he's the one that ends up falling. Hoyo now alive, but shots coming in from all directions. You see him scrambling around, trying to build and protect himself until he officially runs out of mats.
We'll have to see what Polio can do right here, trying to find some sort of calm in the chaos right now as he takes one quick breath right here. Malibuca, no opportunity for him to kind of slow down right now. He's kind of feeling the pressure from duos all around him. He's going to be taking the opportunity to go ahead and jump into the storm as Scroll and Sky, look how comfortable these guys must feel. They have claimed the low ground.
Thomas and Focus had the right idea. They wanted that front side level. Polio still doing it, resigns, taken out. Malibuca now as a solo won't be able to keep the ball rolling here. Sky finds that elimination, but now back on height. It's Rapid and Cold, and Cold already looking to try and drop a little bit further. He wants the refreshes, he wants the eliminations. He knows that he can trust Rapid to just hold things down on height, but Polio trying to take out Teeny. It's an even exchange here, but Polio coming out on top because Twy is no longer in existence.
Yeah, gets that elimination. Almost stolen by Cold and Rapid up above, but now they drop down. They said, hey, we're not going to steal that one, but they're going to take you out. Cold and Rapid on top, on high ground right now. Winners of game 1. Sky and Scroll are EU FNCS champions, and then you have Cringe. He can play the Thorn in this entire mix.
But take a look at Rapid. He's looking for opportunities to go ahead and help secure this 2v2. He's trying to pick up all the materials that he possibly.
All right, we're back. Cold goes down. All right, I don't want that map. So we're gonna play regular. Rapid's dead. I think that was, what game is this? I think that was the game 2 winners. Scroll goes dead. Cringe wins it. Cringe's duo wins it. Oh. Elijah? Hold on. Never mind.
struck out to end that 4-run first for the Panthers. Encouraging Cormier again. Wait for him to tap his hat. Got used to the SEC tournament. ABS system. Just a steady dose of change-ups for Cormier. College ABS walk-up by Graylick. Game against Texas A&M, their 7-0 shutout. It's an in-high pitch. Bozak reaches to begin the inning. Two-seam fastball just runs in. Excuse me, a changeup. Slides open a little bit, but that front shoulder ends up leaking right into the front shoulder of Bozak. First base runner that Cormier has. There's Joey Spence. Has he done it his last 2 at-bats? 2 at-bats ago, he had a walk-off home run for Milwaukee that put him in the NCAA tournament, the Horizon League tournament. Double to right, leading off. And now he bunts. Is he going to stay where it is? And that's a bunt base hit. What else can Joey Spence do? Or I guess I should say, what can't he do? That wasn't on my bingo card. I was about ready to say, don't throw him a fastball in. He gets a fastball away and drops about the perfect bunt. And there's not a pitcher alive that gets to that one. So Spence reaches 2 on, nobody out. Milwaukee looking to add to a 6-0 lead here in the top of the 4th. And now a bunt will advance the runners. He hustles down the line, Holmes, but that was the ultimate sacrifice. It wasn't a great pitch to bunt, but he got the barrel in. Advances the runners. And he got Guevara to engage, so nobody was covering third, so he had no other play, and I'm talking about Guevara, other than first base. You want to get a hard bunt, get it past the pitcher, so there's no play at third. Absolutely perfect bunt. So this brings the infield in. Middle infield is partially in. Corners are way in. By the way, 4th sack bunt of the season for Holmes as it turns the lineup back to the top. Grant Ross. And the game with a strikeout. Then he bunted his way on. With a bunt that was in the same vicinity as the one we just saw from Holmes, but nowhere. These guys are playing a little bit of every game. They only got 59 home runs, which is 3rd in the Horizon, 3rd in Milwaukee.
Why are we landing tilted, huh? Elijah! The door! God damn. Fuck. Why is it? What happened? So... Wait, hold on. Time out. Is that like after graduation? It's... I checked it already. So he's leaving? Alright. Dead. TG! Oh my gosh! No! Damn. Ah, that sucks. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna go check my platoon.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Have a great day.
You too, bro. Man, TG, dude, it's sick, bro. It's sick.
TG is such a legend. I actually have a story about TG. For the people who don't know, way back in the day, there used to be a bundle in the game, and it was called 11-2K, like a Taco Time bundle. And I remember there was a clip of TG. This was back when everybody wanted to see, him get in the game. And he's reacting to the bundle in the store, and he goes, "Who's this 11-2K guy? They just give anybody bundles now." And I was like, "Oh, I used to watch you growing up, man. Like, you're my guy." But, I confronted him about it, when I saw him in person for the first time. And he did apologize to me and said he does love me. So I respect him. I'm glad he finally got in the game himself because he deserves it more than, anyone, man. That guy's an absolute legend. Shout out to TG.
We can say it back to him now. Who's this TG guy?
They just let anybody get an icon skin now,
He deserves it. He's been waiting a long time, and he's even a good competitive player as well. I remember him playing with Noah W Plays. It was a few seasons ago. They made like Heat semi-finals, like that sort of stage of competition. Pretty good competitive Fortnite player as well. So definitely holding a few skills in that locker as well as his new icon app.
Yeah, man, so awesome. Congrats again, TG. Love that you have the icon. If you guys want that, go check it out. It's in the item shop. Once again, congratulations to him. Also, he called out if you're in Seattle, hey, come hang out. You might be able to meet and greet, say what's up, TG, give him a big high five, say I'm going to use your pickaxe forever. All right, guys, let's get ready, though, and focus back into the competition. What are we excited to see, right? We're now halfway with 3 games left to go. And I feel like if I'm outside of that top 25 bubble, I'm starting to think, okay, I need to kind of put together something, right? Like, we need to pull out some kind of strategy. And again, look at Sky and Scroll in 8th place, right? Up 30 placements off of that game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know who's outside of that top 25. I'm really curious if there's any big surprises. I think initially the first name that's jumping out to me, Aegis and Rinfrel, we saw them have a good start, right? I was really surprised by how good they had done after game 1, but they fell out, and that is not where you want to see them right now.
I'm looking at Pixie and Swizzy as well, of course, a team that a lot of people were looking at going into this weekend. They're a team that have sort of been improving throughout the season. They had a bit of a rough start, came into the major finals absolutely, I suppose you could say, dudded day 1. They was way down on the leaderboard, and then day 2, they came out flying. So they're a team that knows how to perform in the latter half of competitions. Can they do it now?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Clicks and Higgs, 35th. That is not where they want to be. The past 2 games, Shark and Teeny have given them that work of Spawn. Yeah. And it's not necessarily what we were expecting, especially after how impressive they had done in some of the practice games yesterday. But Shark and Teeny reminding Clicks and Higgs, we are top dogs in the server, off Spawn, wherever you want to fight us.
And if you think about it, you could almost say going into this weekend, they had 2 plans. It was either land on Peterborough or it was land on Shark and Teeny. If they now think, oh, let's go to plan B, it's now landing on Peterborough, right? That's not a very nice plan B to have. So do they have plan C? Do they have plan D? We'll have to wait and see about that. But I think this is the point of the tournament, Zeke, where you have to sort of categorize yourself as a team. It's like, right, are we a team that's trying to break into that top 25? If so, how do we go about doing that? If you're a team that's already in the top 25, how do we hold on to that position? Do we take as many risks? And if you're a team that's in that top 25 comfortably for Sunday, how do we then condition the rest of the lobby?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at this 41st to 50th. And there's too many, Brazil teams, Middle Eastern teams. I want to see some of these smaller regions really sort of push their way in. One of the most exciting parts of Summit for me was, the 15 qualification spots. This was the best chance, or this still is the best chance we have had in a long time to see a lot more of the teams from those regions take up some of the global championship slots. And I think it'd be a shame to see them fall short here.
Yeah, man, it's got to be weighing on the back of your mind, right? There is so much pressure, and you could kind of say, like, all right, maybe we take it to lower bracket, but again, if you make the same mistakes, you just have that one chance, right? And then that's it. You can't even look to compete for one of these top 15 spots. So, but yeah, as we remember, we can't forget Yapko and Panzer, rather, at the top of the leaderboard, currently leading in elimination.
All right, let's see what this call is. Hold on.
That may have been the difference that saved it. Back at the Video Review Command Center in Pittsburgh. Fun review because it's a tough review. We'll see. You said if a cleat is a half inch longer, there's a difference. For one side,
That looks like an interesting call, but I think it's out. What's the call?
Blue's got to be hot today in this.
Here's the call. Yep, that's out.
It's so close. That's their job to review it. They may have better pictures.
Oh.
Remember that you can't sit and watch the VOD after you go out of the game, so that's going to be some vital time to not only do that, maybe talk to some of their mental coaches, some of their in-game coaches, or even some parents, just people to help you calm down a little bit, particularly if you're on a team that's going down that you know. This section of the tournament is really where the experienced players, the players that have played on this sort of stage before, will now come good because they're able to utilize that time really effectively.
Yeah, I think so. Especially once further down, a lot of it's going to come down to looking for opportunities within the lobby in their area, right? Is there any way we can get an advantage on some of these teams that have been getting the upper hand on us around where we land? Then, yeah, you just have to play. All you need is a really good game for some of those teams to
All right, school's out now. All right, we are just 17 hours. We're just 2 hours in. So far we got. If I'm correct, we have like what 2 wins today. 2 wins under the belt today. 1 on reload. I believe 1 or 2 on blitz, but it's more likely going to be 2 on blitz. And yeah, here's our next game. All right, where are they going? They're heading Pleasant. Okay. Fuck. Got him.
leaderboard, right? That 25th place threshold was right around there. So that's going to be helping them out tremendously.
Well, it looks like a decent amount of teams that weren't necessarily faring the best here have already decided to try and switch things up. But Clicks, Higgs still entangled here with Shark and Teeny, who have decided to just take the fight straight to them. They want to be direct. They've had so much success in these past two lobbies. The moment that they've instantly tried to collapse, but now it's Shark, 100 pump. That's going to be all of his shield. He has to fall back. He's waiting for Teeny to take the reins here, but Teeny, patented alert strategy, trying to see if he can find a separate angle, trying to see if he can get that closing shot onto Clicks or Higgs. But for right now, the leverage sits entirely with Higgs and Clicks.
Yep, even though Shark and Teeny almost all but qualified here to Sunday, you can kind of see why. They're just trying to shut down Clicks and Higgs, not let them feel comfortable, get them out of the game early so that way they have a much harder chance making it through the lower bracket and eventually possibly contesting them. So it's really going to come down to how much Shark and Teeny want to continue to put this pressure down. On the flip side, though, for Clicks and Higgs, I was talking to a couple of the co-streamers myself, from Boob to Faxity and Ozzy, to where it's like, what does Clicks and Higgs need to do? And right now, we kind of all were agreeing. You either need to fight Shark and Teeny, or you just need to run away. And right now, it looks like they're going to fight Shark and Teeny.
Absolutely. They do have the position as they currently kind of get out from the boxes that they have been sitting in for so long. They now officially have the higher ground, but Teeny's looking to take the fight to Click. He gets one shot in, gets a shot on the Higgs as well. He's done so much damage, and they've got the advantage, but Click does get a little bit of a return shot. That's going to be 58 damage towards his way. Shark's going to have the advantage right now. He's going to be coming in with a spray. Clicks is looking a little bit lost. He has no materials to work with. He's going to be playing zero build as he does get knocked.
The problem there is that Clicks is looking one way, but Shark and Teeny, they've got him straight in the middle, and Higgs, only so many options remain here currently because Shark, he's immediately trying to get on the impressor one more time, 100 pump, and that's going to do it. Higgs trying everything in his power to escape, but it's Clicks who gets pickaxed in those final moments. Clicks and Higgs have left the lobby so early in Game 4.
Salt on the wounds, the pickaxe into the emote. Again, Shark and Teeny are in a situation where they literally almost have nothing to lose. They are so far inside of that top 25. They need multiple games of going down off spawn. Even in the replay, Clicks gets caught out of position by himself. And Higgs, even though there was an advantage in terms of HP, he just tried to lurk. They caught him through the builds and then eventually pickaxed him back to the lobby.
Man, my reaction was if I had just eaten a sour candy. So brutal to kind of watch that one happen. Still 2 opportunities left for Clicks and Higgs. Let's hope for the best there as we're taking a look at some of our other teams around the map. Reet and Cooper, Carillion and Jargo still up here towards the north. The Storm is going to be playing a part of this as it currently stands, but they're happy to kind of chill out and hang out up here.
Carillion also definitely very content to get this first knock onto Ritual, but he's not finished. He's still looking to keep everything pushing forward. And Carillion, while we will take a moment to sit back, Agers gets put into the dirt there. Double elimination pickup. It is a very quick start for some of these teams.
Yeah, this is almost like a Cinderella story for Jargo and Carillion. They were literally almost not making it here. A few roster changes at the last moment, and it works out. They catch fire when they need it most. Thomas and Focus kind of doing the same things, landing over at Riptides. They usually make their way down towards the south, but this time around, they went up north just a little bit towards Squiggly Shores, and they're still finding the picks that they need.
Vico and Malabuca, yeah, they're getting all of Frigid Fortress to themselves, but they know there are some teams surrounding them to the south. FKS and Hero are going to be finding their early demise to a team that's not too happy. They're taking some loot in the surrounding areas. FKS just gets beamed in the open. Shields are all gone, and Vigo knows exactly how to play aggressive. He knows the mechanics of Fortnite so well. He instantly gets in and finishes that one off.
And part of that was just a little bit of a hiccup at the starting point there for Hero and Bacchus. They were doing what they could to try and salvage their starting point. We know that Bacchus was left in that really awkward position to begin with, but they're not the only duo. It's kind of just looking up and seeing what's going to happen to this leaderboard development after Game 4. iDrop and Medius, they're dealing with Twy and Cringe currently, who are riding off the momentum of that third place victory royale.
Yeah, and right now, with our top 2 players in damage, Hold and Panzer, our top teams out of this lobby. This is going to allow for the players at the bottom of the leaderboard, right up to the middle, to get more points, because those guys were winning games. They were siphoning them out with eliminations, but now Cringe and Twy, 119. It's not necessarily a battle for first. You only want top 25, but you also want to push your competition out. You want to beat them both in-game and mentally as well.
And establishing the idea that, yeah, I was kind of mentioning around 50 points was at 25th place, and that's at the halfway point. So we just kind of double that over the course of the next 3 games. You can kind of expect that threshold to be around 100 points. And look at this, just a patented strat from Benno and Curve. Anybody that finds themselves anywhere near the southwest side of the map just gets lurked on. His focus is going to be on the receiving end of that one.
And the big thing here, the one word that's sticking out to me right now is what Levin highlighted on the desk, conditioning. Curve and Benno, they haven't necessarily ran the same thing back twice, but they are trying to condition this lobby to not be able to anticipate where it is they're looking to set up base. They're pushing out into Riptides, they're pushing the south sections of South Boulevard, and it's just very difficult for these teams to find their footing and focus. Thomas, the strong competitors, but Benno is just going to immediately send the lights out there for Thomas. They're now waiting to see whether or not they even are aware of the fact that Darman Demas are nearby.
Yeah, Darman Demas probably watching the feed. Thomas, Focus, they go down. Well, that's Riptides. They immediately made their way on over, and they're pulling a play out of the Venno playbook. They're lurking on Curve and Venno. They're just trying to make sure that if they make a mistake, they're going to be there to answer the call. And you can see, when it comes to materials, they're good. It's the bandages that worry me out of Darman. You can see why he's even kind of rotating on over to Riptides. They wanted the mending machine, but they get damaged. That's the cherry on top.
And that's all they were really looking for. You can see how long they waited for Curve and Benno to kind of retreat, for them to actually go ahead and open up the shots right there. They didn't really want them to be closed. They were just interested in getting some of that damage. So the eliminations were not really on their mind, just kind of playing it safe and making sure they can kind of find themselves in the end game. Benno and Curve got to be feeling pretty good about how they are doing so far in this game. And Sky and Scro, as pointed out by the man himself earlier on, continuously find themselves in bases around Battlewood that are just up on these little hills over here, right? All they're interested in doing is just getting as many tags as they possibly can without taking any damage.
Still, going to take some time here, because the real winning moment for Sky and Scroll was just finding themselves jumping up so many placements on the leaderboard. And Vico Malabuca, they're not content with what they've been able to accomplish so far here today. They're looking to be very safe in terms of top 25, but still, they want more. They want to take out as much opposition as possible, because they don't want to allow anyone that they might view as being interested in what they have up for grabs at their starting point on the map. Yuma, a little bit of a question mark surrounding this duo, because we know that they've been kind of trying to infiltrate Dark Dominion, but it's difficult to control this POI.
Yeah, especially when you got Vico and Malabuca, a team that's on fire, hunting you down. They got that first elimination, and they made sure to keep pressure onto Yuma by himself, and just really keep note, because Swizzy and Pixie are also in Dark Dominion, and they made sure to keep the fight contained underneath, where they knew no third party had a chance.
But as soon as the elimination comes in, Malabuca seemingly just stalls out, holds that right-hand peak. He knows that somebody's around him. I have no idea how he has that information, but Vico and Malabuca, they look scary, as it looks like they have one thing in mind, just to play aggressive. And somebody that's kind of came out this weekend on Friday that is looking pretty comfortable with 116 points, it's Kanata and Victor V.
They've definitely got to be feeling really good about their current state. They know that they're not necessarily at a huge risk of falling outside of that top 25, but you still want to keep things pretty tidy. You still want to ensure that you see the whole mission through and are on that battle bus for finals come Sunday.
Yeah, and you got to think about a team like this for Victor V and Kanata. Victor V, kind of the young superstar, especially on NA West. He really got his first shot playing with these kind of known players with Paper. The next year, he played with Paper and Epicwell, qualifying for the Global Championship in both of those respective tournaments through NA West. And now he was playing with another player in Kanata, bringing out the best. And I've said it for years, Victor V has the potential to be one of the superstars in NA. He just needs to be playing with the upper echelon players, bringing him out of it. the potential, and I do think Kanata is that player that's been doing such a good job. He called that I'm going to NA West. I'm not only going to win, it's going to be a cakewalk, and that's exactly what we saw.
A couple of our teams still stranded out in the storm, right? We saw Kami and Hari. They're kind of making their way over here as we tune in to iDrop and Marius. They are also still in the storm. And again, I'm always looking towards those points. 40 for the duo right now, which puts them surely outside of contention. As you can see, top right, 33rd, it surely does. So there's actually a lot of pressure on them right now. And look, no surprise, Benno and Curve crouched once again.
Benno and Curve trying to see if they can creep up on anybody unexpectedly over by Battlewood Boulevard, but there's no room for stopping iDrop and Medius. Seems like they were able to pick up what they were after. They were trying to camp out that tunnel, hoping that somebody would opt to try and see if they can actually pass through it, and the patience has paid off dividends here because they're looking at the cutoff, but it's going to be teeny that iDrop actually finds overhead.
Yeah, that's got to be a big boost of confidence, taking down kind of the team that's just kind of taken over EU for the most part, saying it loosely because Sky and Scroll are there as well, but I'm talking about the new gen teaming up with Shark, 46 above the damage threshold, and Shark is in a position here so we can't necessarily play for the reboot, even though we are rotating on over towards Battlewood Boulevard. Vivid, Taco, you guys know as well as I do, once you hear it where he's starting to reboot and eventually it pops off, everybody looks your direction.
I mean, we're in fifth zone and seeming like Sky and Scroll just moved for the first time throughout the entire game. They were still in that box. I'm sure they're going to be max materials because just that little bit of a tower that they had, it was like too high. They used nothing on it. They were able to sit there for the entirety of the early game. They got to be feeling pretty good, especially with the fact that the zone is landing in their home.
See, that might be a new view for you two, but I know over at EU Major 1 Finals, that was one of the most familiar scenes to anticipate from Sky and Squirrel, but Jonas Veloz, they're going to get that ball rolling here. X1, unfortunately, not going to be able to push back, and Jonas will find an elimination, but you need more than elims at this phase. You need to start converting those into strong placements to really play leapfrog with the leaderboard.
Yeah, just relying on elims means you're just kind of relying to steamroll the lobby. And I think in game one, we saw that early Peterbot really kind of thinking it was going to be an easy fight and kind of going down early. Chap and Flixie rotating on over. A rather safe rotation for the most part. They're 500 above the damage threshold, but they're using these dips inside of Battlewood Boulevard. They get natural terrain so that teams can't secretly lurk on them or get shots, but they make it to inside of the zone. There's already 1, 2, 3, 4 teams waiting for them on the other side.
And that's what makes it so tough sometimes when these zones do pull so far away from you. You have to rotate into anybody that's already kind of set up. Vico and Malibuca once again going for the elimination. They see Muzz. They know exactly what's kind of going on over here. They go ahead and pick up an easy elimination in regards to how they can go ahead and establish that. And Shark looking for eliminations of his own. He's a solo, and he just picked up 2.
Gerald and Vazen didn't stand a chance against Shark's domination there, but 255 above, he got enough wiggle room to at least box up momentarily, restore his shields with these last couple of big pots, but more importantly still, the solo points that he's actually been able to build. Normally you wouldn't want to bank it all off of elims, but when you've got 5 to your name, it does make a difference after they've already had strong performance from these last couple of lobbies. Just making it off spawn seems to be the difference maker.
Gets the memo there in that moment. All the lobby does. They see him out as a solo, and they got to put pressure. Mini Pio is the first one to fall. Vazen's there. He peeks through the fizz, gets the elimination onto 1. This is looking like a montage right now with Shark just crossing names off his list. And I'm getting that old Peterbot feeling of years past. Like, yeah, he's a solo, but for some reason, I'm not worried.
My gosh, Shark, and look at him, he is still in the mix of things right now. He could go ahead and take a back seat to the ride that we have here in the late game, but he's looking to still get active. And when you think about it, he really does need to. 35 builds left to his name, but I'm mainly looking at that HP that he has left. He has nothing in his inventory that can go ahead and help support him over there. Take a look at the other side of your screen. iDrop and Marius, they are under pressure right now. Storm Surge is striking. He's going to try to make something happen, but he goes down 44 points to his name.
I'm starting to feel like Vico might have heard he was leading in eliminations. They're tied, and now he's like, nah, I want to be first place instead. But Malabuka's still looking to play catch up, and even still, Shark all by his lonesome. But with the way that he's playing, he's got the confidence of 2 behind him. It's evident in all of his movements, even going to get an opportunity to try and replenish some of his loadout off of these vending machines. But trouble might strike when you least expect it, and Malabuka Vico have just been completely causing so much chaos in this lobby. Finally, going to catch a little bit of punishment for it. Slightly greedy with their wraparound, looking to not tarp it out fully. So they were spotted, lit up a bit, but still 712 above. They don't care about the surge.
Yeah, even if they go down here, I almost all but 100% got their spot secured. 200 points, almost leading the pack. If they win this game, that would definitely be certain. But you see Peterbot Poyo shockwaving to the front side of the zone. You see Reet and Cooper elevated on one of those electrical wires. Everybody just really pushing themselves to the limit. They realize, yes, we don't go home today. We can't get eliminated, but this is the best shot we got at making finals.
Shark here still making the solo clutch kind of happen. Only 18 builds to work with. He's completely fine in terms of HP now. Oh my gosh, an entire loot bomber just drops right in front of him. He's going to be able to use that. And on the other side, Pablo is also a solo, but in a completely different scenario. 133 below. He's got to make something happen soon.
Just waiting for the zone to keep closing in. From the backside of the zone, he might be able to find some other players that are struggling just as much as himself. Only he's hoping that he'll be able to eliminate them first. Darkos has been knocked. Reet and Cooper, another one of our duos that's definitely looking for a big-time performance here. They want to see just how far in the leaderboard they can jump. And Pete, Boyo, well, things have been a little bit slow today. They're looking to amp it up now. Cole has been dropped. And now Pete, Boyo, looking for the biggest refreshes, but they don't even necessarily need them.
A complete anomaly. Peterbot and Poyo going in the 8th zone with 0 eliminations, but finally they pick up the one that they need to continue the run here. As you can see, the hunt is on. They're continuing to look back towards the rotating side of zone. They want to start to ramp up the eliminations.
Yeah, they're probably realizing at this stage in the game, the early game eliminations might not mean as much as just having consistent performances throughout the end game. But Reet and Cooper, they get contested on the high ground. Sayaz and Scary are now in the clouds. They're able to look down and put pressure on the rest of the lobby and even find the elimination onto Cooper.
It's the last thing you want to see if you are in Reet and Cooper's position, but Pete, he's just lost Poyo. Turning back, realizes that he's still getting aggressed by the rest of the lobby. That immediate focus proving to work against them, but Vico, Malabuka now frontside low. They're waiting to see just who they can actually snag up here. But first, Vico breaking down bushes. Peterbot still playing the low side, but he sees Malabuka, doesn't get a chance to actually fire the shot, but he comes straight to him, and that's going to be Madden instead. That Pete converts into an elimination. He needed that material.
The lobby's got to put a stop to Peterbot very soon, because when he gets rolling, it's hard to stop that guy. As we tune into the healthy duo of Kanata and Victor V, they're going to be taking hold of the mid ground right now and halting right now to go ahead and heal up. But Vico finds his demise. Gabzir is now going to have the low ground clean for himself.
Yep, Peterbot now with no builds, forced to lurk down below, getting as much as he can out of the fizz, but it's only so much before Sky and Scroll run him down. 4 eliminations here, just like I was speaking on Cold and Rapid a few games in Scroll. Sky and Scroll could be one of those first teams for multiple wins here. Bahari, Cammy, they have 4 eliminations as well. They're starting to catch fire in this perfect moment. Top 7 situation. There's only 2 solos running around right now, and Kanata's one of them.
But Kanata, he'll be forced to fall back, eat his last slice of pizza. He knows that he's got a team looking straight at him. It's Sky and Scroll refusing to budge. They're going to force Kanata to take a different route entirely, and Hadi now left as a solo. 4 eliminations already, just trying to look down onto the teams that are underneath where he's currently situated, doing his best to crouch around, but Science and Scatty are still holding down height. Finally, they'll be forced to converge with the rest of the lobby here.
Yeah, they started to feel the pressure. They felt like they were too high. They wanted to get into the mix. They dropped all the way down. They look for some shots. Sky and Scroll going to be amongst the duo that's going to be getting tagged right there. They have the advantageous ground. This is exactly where they want to be. But the solo was in the mix. He's trying to cause chaos. It's going to be damaged, but he cannot find the shot. Sky's going to pick him up, but not before falling down. And it's going to be Scary up on the high ground to find the final elimination. They're going to be picking up the win here in game number 4.
They fought for that high ground, and they earned that high ground, using that to turn it into a victory royale on one of the biggest stages of them all has to have them feeling on top of the world. That is without a doubt for sure, Frankie.
Congratulations. Come please stand up, Sayers, Scary Sean. Here is the camera. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Sayers and Scary Sean. And you can see there are Spanish flags waving in the audience. What's it like to take a victory royale on your first ever LAN?
Yeah, it feels like really nice to win a victory royale. We knew we were gonna win. Like, it was so easy. It's easier than a big one in Europe.
Easier than you thought it was going to be. Again, we're seeing this with the high ground. Duos seem to be getting it for free. How did you know, though, that you could take it from Reet and Cooper? Because that was an incredible challenge.
I mean, we just saw they were like kind of lost it, so we just used a shockwave and we killed them easily. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you did eliminate Reet in order to take the high ground from them. What is next for you guys now? Because with a performance like that, you have to be qualified for Sunday. Do you think it's going to be so easy to take the trophy?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. To be honest?
To be honest?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Well, listen, we've got so many Spanish fans, as we've already heard in this audience, so please, one more time, give it up for Sayers and Scary Sean! We're going to head to a break.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Man, we just had a crazy game. Tokata, they did it! Scary and Sayas got a victory royale on land.
You do not understand the excitement. Look, my knee still hurts. I was watching, shout out Zuha, coming from Spain, doing a viewing party in Spanish. Sayad Scary, the only team, both players representing Spain, win the match. I mean, we're back in EU Major 1, where they were primed up, they were teed up from height, finishing off the game. I don't even know what else happened in that match, because the only thing on my mind, I'm sounding a bit biased, but was Sayad and Scary winning, okay?
Can you tell he's excited?
No, I couldn't tell.
Oh, yeah, not really. Really nice game from these guys, though, of course. Another great height hold from one of our teams. This is a team that a lot of people had their eyes on coming into this. Like, how are they actually going to perform? Because if you look back at Major 1 from EU, they were third after day 1. They were looking really, really good. And a lot of people were like, hang on a sec. Could this be a top 3, a top 2 from these guys in the Major 1? Unfortunately for them, their day 2 wasn't quite as good. They didn't keep up that momentum, that fighting prowess that we seem to see from them in every single fight. But what they did, of course, was qualify here and show what they can do in this game.
Exactly, and what I saw from this team was confidence. Back in Major 1, you said they were third place. It's not just because they were getting good placements. They were getting a ridiculous amount of eliminations alongside that. And today, in that last match, we just saw a little bit of that spark that they have, and I'm hoping they can continue forwards. But let's take a look at this leaderboard.
10th place, baby! Look it up in there in 10th place. Top 21 placements. Again, this is why we continue to reinforce. It takes one good game, Tokata, one good game. Suddenly you're rising up the standings and finding yourself well into that top 25.
Yeah, it is top 25 today to make it to Sunday. And then not only that, on Sunday, top 15 will be qualifying to the Global Championships as well. So there's a lot on the line from these players, but we still got to get through today. Just 4 matches have been played, and we're getting closer and closer to finish off this upper bracket.
So listen, because you are Brazil biased, I'm currently EU biased. Hey, you see Vico Malabuca take over first place? I've changed sides. I've changed sides here. They've suddenly decided it's our time to strike Mini Minor. I mean, I'm not surprised, right? This is Vico and Malabuca we're talking about.
Yeah, this is a team that have been very, very consistent throughout today. They're doing what we know this team can do. And this season, going into the major finals, it was a bit up and down. We weren't really sure what to expect from these guys. Then, of course, it was a third place in Major 1 finals, and we saw what we expected from 2 powerhouse names in Vico and Malabuca. And this game, Takata, was absolutely no different. These are the lurk plays at this stage of the game. It's so difficult to pull that off. I think it speaks volumes of their confidence at this stage of competition because, yeah, we used to speak about Vico as this sort of up-and-coming player. He is no longer like that. He's a veteran on this stage and on this land. So he's someone that's going to be brimming with confidence, and you can see it in their gameplay.
And what I want to bring up as well is that not only did they perform incredibly well, but that was a Battle Boulevard zone. They dropped north of the map at Frigid Fortress. They went all the way down south. We talked about net surge. We talked about zones, rotates, and how it was looking to kick things off today. But after this 4th match, not only did they get a zone on the opposite side of the map, they still managed to rack up a very good amount of points.
Was Vico singing there?
I think he was.
Was he singing?
I think he was. You know what's interesting? Remember, I don't know if you guys saw, at one point Levin was saying, hey, I'm like a vibe checker.
He was.
I feel like, right, he was like, I don't know why, but I feel like Vico, Malabuca, vibes are really, really high. Yeah.
You nearly left him hanging there. That was...
Yeah. He picked it up, though.
Good.
But seeing so much joy from, obviously, so much representation, I just really quickly wanted to let you guys in on a little behind-the-scenes action. When we saw Scary and Sayas on the high ground, at one point, I was like, yo, Tokata, are you seeing this? They're on the high ground. He said, no way, and then ran out of the room. And I was like, wait, where is he going? I come out here. He is
though, Takata. They've still got a lot to do.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the last duo competition of this caliber was the 2024 Global Championships. And guess who won? It was Peterbot and Pollo. Not only that, they got second, first in the majors. Now, we see them here in top 12. You look at the number, it's not a bad placement.
Yep.
Well inside qualifying range looks good, but then you look at the names, Peterbot and Pollo, you're like, hold on. They need to be in that #1 spot. They need to be at the top. However, look, this is the upper bracket. You know, we can just feel things out in the match. I think where this duo will truly shine is if they make it on Sunday when they're truly battling for that trophy, for that #1 grand prize, and for that ticket to the Global Championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of been in a situation, right, where we kind of keep seeing it go back and forth in solo situations. And both Peterbot Pollo, they're doing what they need, right? It's like, hey, we're doing just kind of enough to make sure we're well up in that bubble. But let's come back to this bubble right now. Remember, top 25, that is currently the cutoff. Look at 26, friends, Pixie and Swizzy. We finally saw them here later on in the end game, and that's what we need to see. Now, of course, we are still outside that bubble, but this is global champion Swizzy. He cannot drop to the lower bracket, Mini Minder. I refuse.
Remember, this is global champion Swizzy and second place at Global's Pixie. So it's like, you know, when we come into this, it's like these guys, they have a spot on that stage reserved for them. They deserve to be on this very large stage. And yeah, again, it hasn't been the greatest day for them. I think, you know, circumstances, Swizzy only arriving today, I think it was. It's just difficult for them to get that going. But I think what we can expect from these guys is to turn it on when it matters most. And for this weekend as a whole, if they make it to the grand finals, that's when they're going to turn it on. And if we're looking at today only, Takata, these last 2 games, this is when they need to turn it on. And this is one of the best teams at doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, Swizzy's the only one left of his global championship trio. You mentioned yourself, his duo second place. Now, you know, it's upper bracket. We're not playing for the prize money yet. But seeing them in 26, I don't know, maybe it's the jet lag. I don't even know what it is, but I want to see a bit of a spark from this duo here in these last 2 matches.
Yeah, of course. It's no secret, right? Swizzy having some delays before arriving here. Don't want to get too crazy up into it, but he's here now.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that matters, right? Now we are in a situation where we have to try and make these last 2 games count. And you know, friends, it's not even just them, right? Think about all these other duos that are currently outside of that top 25. I talked about it a little bit right before last game, but you got to think those 25 duos in the lower bracket, they're waiting, they are hungry. They say, yes, drop back down into the lower bracket with us. I've been watching your strategy. Oh, you think you're safe? I have nothing to lose. You sure do, though.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because you're going to have teams that are looking at teams maybe that aren't performing well off spawn. Maybe a drop spot that teams are actually thinking, oh, actually, there's a bit of an area that I can exploit right there. And I'm thinking about Peterbot and Pollo. They need to make it through. And even if they don't have a great day today, even if they do make it through, they haven't had the greatest performance. Teams like Mr. Savage looking at that and thinking, maybe it's time.
Man, I'm getting nervous. I'm sorry it always happens. I stress for all of you so that you don't have to stress. But I'm getting word. Game number 5 is ready. So, casters, take it away.
You know, I thought it would be unfair just to have Vivid on the broadcast. I had to bring my best friend Levin up with me as well.
It's good to be on the stage here with my besties. Fun with friends. Look, we have some serious Fortnite games still coming your way. And yeah, I did get a bit jealous of Vivid, so I thought I'd jump on the mic as well.
I mean, it's only fair that they put you with 2 of the tallest people in the building after all, Levin. So I'm excited to get into the action with you because today has not disappointed in the slightest. But games 5 and 6 right on the horizon. Let's hop in 5 already.
We have seen 4 games before this one where the players have made their mark. But with 2 more remaining, it's time to solidify your spot in the top 25.
This is where it really gets interesting because with only 2 games left, you start to see people take more and more chances, no pun intended. He went and contested on over. Down goes one. Chargoo follows. Tyler and Chance believe in themselves, switch up that drop spot, and it already works out here early in game 5.
That's exactly what they needed, too, because 68 points, they are right there towards the cutoff range of the top 25. They cannot afford to take another stumble because with only one more lobby remaining, Jacob, every single point of placement matters, including elimination points, especially for a duo like Clicks and Higgs.
These guys have not had quite the day they thought they would. But it was always going to be a tough one when you were fighting a team like Shark and Teeny, who, to be frank, they've been fighting off Spawn all season long in EU. And so whatever that bait and switch idea was, regardless, it was always going to be a tough idea.
Yeah, and for Clicks and Higgs, it was looking so good in game one. You know, he even kind of had them questioning themselves if Shark and Teeny was even going to land here. And I think that was a wake-up call for Shark and Teeny, because ever since then, they've looked completely different.
One of the only reasons, though, why it looked so good in game one, though, is because Sharktini, they forfeited the immediate pressure initially, but now, Latte landing, different narrative entirely. Just two NAC teams clashing head on here, and for Agers and Ritual, it has been a rough day. You know that AJ not necessarily in his best health, but still needs to try and fight back free. Gonna come out, the last man standing here, get the revive off onto Cooper, and that's exactly what they needed. That spot on the battle bus looking very confirmed.
And Reet and Cooper came into today with all the confidence. And regardless of what now happens for Ages and Ritual, whether they drop back into the lower bracket, then come back up, Reet and Cooper will be more than confident fighting against these guys again. The pressure, relentless. Richie couldn't withstand, and Ages, like you said, Taco, not feeling his best, and that won't make him feel any better.
Yeah, even when Cooper went down, he still landed a massive shot. But as we tune it, Clicks and Higgs have just been run out of Wonky Land by Shark and Teeny.
And quite frankly, this might really be their best option as far as not even trying to engage with Shark and Teeny. You said it, Taco. They definitely did not want to take a fight that allowed Teeny and Shark to control the pace. Whenever they've allowed them to, they have been rolled. And so for Clicks and Higgs now, let's just not even fight them at all.
I mean, even from the beginning, Clicks Higgs, they immediately forfeited Wonky Land rights. They went straight for the castle. They were not looking to try and actually get caught out against Shark and Teeny, but that might not even matter because they're still at the contend with Acorn and Bolts, who have just cut off Cole and Madden, and now you have to wonder, will they spot where Clicks and Higgs have actually navigated towards? Because this far north, there's only so many places left to run.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing Bolts just kind of really get active. People forget, you know, FNCS West Champion, depending on the community, you might say, oh, maybe it's not that hard, but he's also a solo LAN champion. I think that's why Acorn wants the best of the best.
Whether you want to count his win or not, we know for a fact Bolts has the talent to match up with any champion in any region, and that is what he is showing here today.
A well-established fragger, that is a certainty when it comes to that duo. But for Spinks and Muzz, Humble Hills, a couple of slip-ups, a little bit shaky, but 70 points still leaves them in that fighting range for top 25 in the leaderboard. Still far too close for comfort, especially for a duo like Muzz and Spinks' caliber.
I thought Clicks and Higgs might have rotated out, but wait, there's more. They're ready for the lurk play, and this is something that they know Acorn and Bolts do time and time again. I talked about Latte landing had one of those special launch pads. Well, this launch pad here is a special launch pad as well. It boosts you up farther and further. You mix it with the Flowberry. That's been their primary rotation for Acorn and Bolts all season long, and I think Clicks and Higgs know that to be a possibility, but the zone after the first two is showing that it's pulling towards the north, and this is one of the few times when their game plan, they don't go off of that back launch pad. So Clicks and Higgs gearing up for a lurk, and right now I don't think the game is going to let them.
I'm not gonna lie, I was licking my lips there a bit. I'm an EU fan. I wanted to see the two NA teams, you know, take each other out. Either way, over at Sandy Strip, we know the mess that has been this POI all day long. And right now, Frucon and Mini, PO, they are doing their utmost best to try and withstand the pressure of Rapid and Cold.
And it's never going to be an easy starting point for Mini PO and Frucon. They knew exactly what they were getting into. It's part of the reason they tried to leave originally, but they just couldn't find anywhere to establish themselves on the map that forces them right back to Sandy Strip And even with it being technically a triple contested area, you have to remember, Rapid Cold, Gino Pablo, both of those duos have had so much success, there's nothing preventing them from just keying Fuku and Minifio outright.
Yeah, and obviously you see Cold and Rapid rotate on out, so that's going to give them a breath of fresh air. A lot of time to spend on that side of the map as Peterbot and Pollo continue to try to get aggressive in this early game. It was in that last game, the fourth one of the day, where you saw things slow down for them and it kind of worked out. They got a good portion of their points, but now they're trying to flip that switch, turn it right back on. They're already off the top of the leaderboard for the most part, and considering it's top 25 that go to tomorrow, so they're almost feeling like they have nothing to lose as they start to feel like themselves once again. They get both of those eliminations.
One of the great things about watching Pete and Pollo over the years is these guys always get better as the tournament goes on. Whenever they have a slow start, you can always count on them heating up and having a big game later down the line.
It almost feels like it's luckier for the rest of the lobby that it is only 6 games that they have to deal with Pete and Pollo for, because it's also just not as much information even for the duos that do find the success in the top 25 and they head into finals. Whether or not they're going to get rematches depends entirely on the lower bracket, but it's still, knowledge is power when it comes to this game.
My, Werix just gets caught off guard. Kiduo as well. Curve is beginning to feel himself as well. Him and Veno, honestly, a team that you wouldn't have necessarily expected going into this year, but has worked out perfectly.
Look, they're in 10th place. What happened last time they were in 10th place on a day one?
Ooh.
Keep that in mind.
Clean slate, though, when it comes to finals. That could play a little bit of an impact. But for Veno and Curve, one thing has been made clear. Their strategies that they chose to reveal in today's competition have definitely been effective enough. And for Pete, Pollo, they're just trying to do it the old-fashioned way. Sheer power. They are taking as many fights as they can try to find initially. Didn't necessarily work out in their favor, so now a little bit of a pullback. Play with the rest of the lobby, but they do it best when it comes to the end game.
This is going to be interesting here. Almost look like Nathan and Nev are going to try to backtrack. Sky and Scroll going for a lurk play, but they actually shockwave off that mountain. They know they need to go north. Why make any risk? But Sky taking the whole other approach towards the right side. Eventually, these guys will kind of rotate parallel as they make their way towards the zone and eventually run into the rest of the pack that's already up north.
Sky Scroll, though, even if it didn't work out at the beginning points with the way that the lobby has kind of sifted back to some old habits, they've been able to have the same success that we saw in that Major 1 Finals over in EU, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They don't have a reason just yet to try and switch things up because it's been working out great.
These boys got something to fix up. Pixie, Swizzy, everybody wanted to see them get a chance to play here on this stage together. It's not been the most impressive of years by their standards, but even in those situations, they've managed to pull through just enough to be able to represent themselves here on this stage. And now it's about delivering in front of their fans after what's been quite a disappointing day, but they are just on the outside, Jacob.
Yeah, they're one of those teams where you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. So you almost want to get him out of the lobby quick. Asayas, Scary, kind of winning that last game and slowing things down just a little bit. They probably already have that early game surge, so they don't need to make any rash decisions, especially with Marius right across as a solo. It's Cold and Rapid. They go from playing towards Sandy, getting aggressive, back on over to Fort Phil, Chino and Pablo. I'm not sure they wanted this fight because it looks like both of them are weak, and Cold and Rapid are looking to finish it.
You say they might not have wanted it, but it looks like they came looking for it. We're in Fort Fields. That's Cold and Rapid's territory, and Pablo, Chino, they try to snatch their chain and are quickly finding out.
Yeah, and you see exactly in this situation where Pablo's clutching prowess comes into play. We don't call him one of the best clutches for no reason. He understands in this situation it's about making and creating as much space as possible, and you see exactly what he does with it. Creates these angles for him to isolate shots, fights, to potentially give himself a chance of staying alive. As Chino, I don't even think Chino's coming in to help. I think it's just leaving Pablo to fend for himself right now, but we know he can do it.
Yeah, it's probably one of those situations where they feel like they might need a miracle, so let me get ready to possibly get gold, get the reboot, go further and further, but he's dipping back in. He's probably staying alive much longer than Pablo have hoped, so Chino probably coming to the rescue for Rapid and Cold. This was their window. This was their opportunity to take a 2v1 situation, and that opportunity looking like it's flying by.
This is exactly what he aimed to do. Gives himself enough time to get his teammate back into the fight.
All right, we are in hour number 3. All right, actually, just after hour number 3.
MLB.tv on ESPN is your home for every on-market game, live or on demand. Get your favorite team plus MLB Network and app features like signature stats, prize bets, and fantasy, all in one place. Sign up now at the ESPN app.
This game is heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. Came out and the radar on their phone immediately went to the two head coaches, including Sean Wagner. Leaving the seating area, a lot of them are Sean Wagner. It was heading to the bottom of the 6th inning.
So Auburn is officially in a weather delay.
Two head coaches, including Sean Wagner, the Milwaukee head coach. And because of a lightning strike within 8 miles, we are in a weather delay now. No rain at the moment, but folks now leaving the seating area. A lot of them are. Every time there's a lightning strike now within that 8-mile limit, it restarts the half-hour clock. So that's the routine. That's where we are right now. Unfortunate, but the weather forecast has been not all that unexpected, and it's already affected another weather delay down in Florida State now. It's just the way it is right now here in the southeast. So a weather delay here, Milwaukee up by 6 at number 4 national seed Auburn. So again, we will pay close attention here on the ESPN Plus app, and we'll get back to play as soon as we can.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna do something on here real quick.
elimination, one that they need. It's the loot that they're after. They're almost flesh out.
My God, reads him. What are you going to do next? But he can't hold strong. No, Riley, though, still managing to steal, but no, it gets cut out. Still, 124 points. Is it enough of a jump to stay ahead of the pack? It might just be the case. All depends on what Damish and Darm decide to do next. Just how quickly are they going to take care of this lobby?
And in a lobby of chaos right now, they look cool, calm, and collected. Acorn and Bolts are trying to find their own layer, and they'll drop all the way onto Elo.
This is Higgs still trying to have a clutch up. He found a chug jug in the middle of all this chaos, and that's really keeping him alive. Top 10 Grants, you have the placements on the board. Once you get in, that's the meat that you're after. You need to get as much as possible. But Venno, Kurt, they battle for the high ground. Big shots onto their opposition, and it does look like it's going to be theirs. But for how long? Because the aggression will not stop.
Venno's always one for that drive-by damage. Relatively successful, too, because Curb and Venno have managed to stay based on top of height. Damish, Darm, on the other hand, trying to make their way forward. They know that there's a couple of teams right above them. It's Bolt, but the moment he peeks out, it's Venno and Curb. It's Bolt and Acorn, and now Darm left to fend for himself, trying to see if he could take out either Bolts or Acorn, but there are just not many opportunities. The right side peek finally gonna get it, and Darm has managed to find his refresh.
The plow will continue. He doesn't mind that Damish has gone down. He knows he has everything in his arsenal to keep on hitting shots. Curve below him, Acorn above as well. He has to try find a layer to stay alive.
Cringe, that's why they're the only duo left in this game, but they are not healthy, especially compared to some of the solo players that we're seeing. Acorn goes up, tries to chop out high, but that is his demise. But it costs twice.
Curve and Vino win it.
Champions are here, and they remind all of us.
Every second. Go.
Aw, dang it.
Is that an app? Oh, I killed him before. I'll do it again. I don't like that. Stop playing with me. Did he just actually go? I'm just a baby. Yes, yes. Hey, okay. So we got a split. Okay. Oh, sorry to say this. I'm taking this whole thing down.
Don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't.
Got it. Got them. Why is it always me? There, very nice. I got you. No, stop shooting, please. Go. We got a third for your college.
Oh, what a hit! Oh, what a play! What a play! What a play! Wait for me! No! Fuck. I thought that worked. You're good, just reboot. Oh, they followed you? Are you serious? Alright, we're back in game. Let's get to it. Wait, I got him? Oh, I got him. Oh, damn it! Ah, there's nothing much I could have done.
Third time today, the Milwaukee's put the leadoff batter on base. Threat to run to 13 and 17 and stolen base. Milwaukee team came in with 122 successful steals on the season.
Okay. Okay, so I run up. Okay, let's. Okay, rank check. So, my other account is actually still 2 ranks below, still 2 ranks below between Sam and Rose. I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get to that #1 spot before June 5th, but it's unlikely I will even get to that because of how late I started, this season. Now this is the season after Lent, so this is the season after Lent. So that means I'll obviously have a late start. But the thing is, I've gotten up to this far and stuff like that. So that's why I'm only number 10 in my friends list. Now, on my other one, I'm actually number 12. Number 12, and I could actually surpass my own account. But the thing is, look at the difference. 264 and 175. 175 wins, 264. So it won't. So still have a long way. I still have a long way to go. Now, Rose is at 289. She's about to surpass 300 in probably in a couple of days. I could potentially catch up to her if she does not get on at all and stuff like that. So probably next week after the clash in Italy matches, I'm probably just gonna grind on both accounts until I can surpass Rose. The question is, will I surpass Rose? Who knows? But but yeah, she's at number 8. Steezy's at 3. Steezy's number 3. Rose is at number 8. I'm at number 10, and this account's at 12. If this was like a college football playoff 12-team format, it would we would this account will be in. Anyone in the top 12 would be in, including my original account, Rose, and Steezy. Will all be in the college football playoff if this was 12-team formatted. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So, but yeah, hopefully I'll be able to surpass Rose. Um, Rose has been pretty much ahead of me all season. But the problem is I can't get past her because, like I said, I started extremely late into a month late into the season. So she actually had a head start, even though she was playing, even though she actually had school, she actually had a very good head start. But yeah. Now I'm gonna check my other account and I'm gonna see how am I doing my other one. Okay. For whatever reason, it is not loading in. So, oh, there it is. Okay. So, on my my account. I am number 12. I'm actually number 12. I'm actually number 12 on this friend list. Hold on. I am number 12 in my friend list. So I'm actually number 12. If this was a 12-team format, then I would actually qualify. Now Rose is number 9. I'm like somewhere down there. But the rank change on here, Steezy's number 3. On my Switch, Steezy's number 5. So he would still qualify. Now, as for my other account, I'm actually number 17. I'm number 17 now, and on this one, Kevin is actually unranked in my friend list. So he probably won't even get in the bowl game if this was college football. Who wins this game? Excuse me. Ooh, Chari can't. Chari. Polio. Take out Polio. Polio goes down. Ah. All right, hold on.
Associated with Peter Boyer of the past. This one is probably a prime example of that, dominating the game, pressing all the players and the teams all the way down on low ground, doing what Peterbot does best. That elimination right there, just textbook Peterbot. And they're a team that I still think has a lot in the locker as well. You know, ultimately for them it's about getting through. But they're a team that still can win it all. They don't have, of course, now Clicks going to be contesting them off spawn. They don't know how they sort of have that confusion going into the day. Where's Clicks going to be landing now when it comes to tomorrow? That's another question to answer, but they've done it.
What's on my mind are those expectations I was talking about at the start of the day. I mean, expectations only last for so long, and if they're not matching how they performed in 2025 and 2024, the expectations won't stay there forever. Now, this is an upper bracket. They made it through. They did what they had to do. Sunday is where it truly matters, and I think we saw a bit of a spark of what that might look like.
Crazy stuff. Well, Fortnite fam, I know what you've been waiting for. All right, I got it right here. Don't even worry about it. All right, let's talk about 2026 for a quick moment. We actually put together a little graphic here to kind of help explain it, but just stick with me, okay? There's many things to discuss. First, let's start with September 26th and 27th is the new date of the Global Championship. That's right.
Oh, why?
And I'm honestly very happy and honored to announce we're going to Antwerp, Belgium for the Global Championship. In addition, Major 2 has some changes. You can kind of see here on your screen, July 18th through August 2nd for Major number 2. Major number 3 is now the last chance, which is happening August 3rd to 14th. And then you probably, I don't know, you saw something on the right side there. It says FNCS Solo. Yeah, we're going to do something in October. Stay tuned for that. More to come, more to follow. Don't even worry about it. There's also a blog that we're about to launch right now, so go in, check that. There's a couple extra little things there, like power rankings and some ranked updates, but if you want to know more, that is where you want to go. And of course, tickets, pre-registration, live right now. Antwerp, Belgium. Fortnite man, get ready. We about to have some chocolate and waffles. Mini Miner, Tokata. How do you feel about that information?
Wow, hyped.
That's pretty interesting.
You know, the Global Championships, Antwerp, Belgium. I've never been, so I'm excited to see what that's going to be like. You know, FNCS Solo. that is the thing that I'm like, well, hang on, Solo?
I figured I figured that's where you guys would go.
Yeah. I mean, Solo's a great Takata because you get to see a lot of talent coming through that you don't necessarily get to see in the duos and trios format. There's no teams to rely on, there's no teammates to carry you, it's just you. So, Solos, wow.
I mean, some of the most iconic names in Fortnite competitive have come from solo events. Booga, Payson. I mean, there's so many big names, and I'm trying to think, when's the last time we had a solo event, you know, at an FNCS level? So this is something I am very excited to see. And also now with this new generation of players, I mean, we got players like Shark, 14 years old, leading the pack on EU almost. I mean, there's so many big things to come.
Well, Fortnite fam, we hope y'all have been really excited about that information. You probably have questions. That's okay. Again, go check out the blog. It's going to have a ton of information for y'all to break down, to pick apart, and look into. And over the weekend, we'll be reminding you this because it's pretty big news. Obviously, this does start to wrap up day number 1, the upper bracket mini minor. Let's start with you. You know, how did this meet your expectations? Did it exceed? What are your kind of thoughts? I mean, it's a lot to process with finding out this other stuff.
Oh yeah, we have a competition we play today.
Right.
No, it was, I mean, what a day of competition it was. I think coming from EU this season, there have been a lot of surprises and a lot of just shock moments. And I think today has kind of replicated that in so many ways. We've seen teams that we expected to do well, not finding themselves in that top 25. Teams that some people have tipped to win the entire weekend, now having to play in the lower bracket. Took so many people, myself included, by surprise. And even some of the smaller teams as well, rising up through. Players you don't expect to do so well. Players that are playing their first LAN, shining through. Looking at you, Curve there. Wow, what a day it's been.
I mean, I'm thinking of our global champion from 2025. The only
tie game
global champion
for Tennessee.
Today, which is Swizzy, alongside Pixie, unable to make it. Clicks Higgs. I mean, we are going to have some interesting off-spawn engagements. Swizzy, Pixie land at Dark Dominion, and that's where Aviv and Cam have marked right now in the lower bracket. Clicks Higgs. They've been landing wonky. They said squibbly, but they were going wonky. And that's where King and Phaser from Brazil are landing. So this is definitely going to get heated tomorrow.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, again, it's tough, but it's okay. We still have one day, 6 games in that lower bracket. But for those 25 duos heading down there, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board just like we will, right? There's much to look at over tonight. But for now, we say goodbye. Until tomorrow at the lower bracket, Fortnite fam, we love you. Keep yourself safe. See you on that battle bus.
That was actually pretty interesting for those upcoming events. All right, well, we are past hour number 4. We have 2 more hours left until this coverage is over. Oh, fuck. All right. Alright, we're gonna switch back to reload and we're gonna play reload for a little bit, but I'm gonna go use the bathroom first.
Two outs, bases loaded. Boom! Away. That's great.
Keep it a 5-run game. All right. Johnson, bases juice. Goes with his best breaking ball easily in the inning. Gets out of the jam.
Today we're talking NCAA championships and life lessons. Schoolwork got you stressed, feeling overwhelmed, need a place to unleash a big hearty yell, be home. Join thousands of screaming fans for a heart-pounding in-person experience you have to see to believe. NCAA championships. Attendance is encouraged. Packed
month. So look out for these stickers and gift yourself a new Kia during the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. For every SUV and sedan comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Get 0% APR for up to 48 months, plus $750 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2026 Toronto and Sportage vehicles.
Only refreshers and crafted sodas at McDonald's. Decker investigations into all episodes of Archie Decker are now streamed on Hulu.
Como se dice also homicide?
It's being called one of the best new shows this year.
Try not to die tonight.
I will do my best. Archie Decker. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. I guess the shortstop thing has kind of become big in the big leagues now. Starts off college as well. Starts off. Maybe it's fun at the ballpark. Well, over it, trailing by 10 in the fourth. Best of our knowledge, checking the records, we know what it's about. Either biggest record behind win since the early 90s. A great track record in Auburn.
Y'all like my bro? Oh my god, that's such a hot bro. I'm gonna thank you, girl. Hold on. I gotta lock in when I say it. Hold on. Oh my god! That's a very cool guy.
I mean, I'm just trying to do this as a manager and going, all right, I got 3 games, 4 games, maybe 5 games, worst case scenario, or how am I going to manage this? And bringing in my closer with a 5-run lead. If he gets in trouble, who do I got after him? Or do I got Peterson who could get me out and has been good in this role? Ate him up, Jam Limper, and taking it himself as he touches the base. Big out, 3 unassisted. The NCAA Regionals coverage from all 16 sites continuing not only later today, but also tomorrow on ESPN Plus and ESPN app. More information is at NCAA.com. All NCAA championships.
Leave the door open.
So the P's still in the back pocket. Panthers head coach Sean Webster is the Horizon League reliever of the year.
Oh my god! I'm about to blow!
5-1 lead.
One pesky. Oh my god!
Bottom of the 8th. But I need him to eat up the innings and get them out. Limit the damage. They don't want to bring Kentucky into a bases loaded game on the line thing.
Bruh, the end of this. So chapter 17 4 starts at the end of the summer. So season 3 starts next week, right? It starts the end of the week before school.
Strike 2, only 2 strikes on 1 Terrell. 3 with a base hit back in the 4th, no runs scored.
Hit the Kamehameha! Kamehameha!
Peterson has sent that first 2 here in the 8th. Really nice pitch sequencing right there by Milwaukee. Terrell looking for a breaking ball, getting 2 fastballs. Peterson to get ahead, and then he hammers the breaking ball down. With his speed, across the stretch. They held the base. Once again, by 3, side retired. Milwaukee 19-1, they're leading after 8 innings this season. They're up 5, going to the 9th.
For over 100 years, the NCAA has supported student athletes in the community and college. Now, NCAA is used to help healthcare coverage, mental health disorders, scholarship guarantees, and more. Colleges have grown. The NCAA is a long-term community connect. Switch up. You're not sure what you're getting in last time I told you here. Bring all the way to NCAA student athlete tour.
Damn. Ah, damn it.
Alright, I need to lock in. Oh my lord, okay, hold on. Damn it. Dang. What the fuck? Did she just wither? Damon, did she just wither? Oh shit. Oh, what a... Oh my goodness. Hammer Rocket! Oh my goodness. The Hammer Rocket's back. Get out of there. Hammer Rocket is so back. I used the Hammer Rocket from 3 years ago. Never gets old. Hammer Rocket! Oh, and it worked this time! Oh, I hit that! By the Yo, I thought you were doing polls and predictions tomorrow. Or tonight.
Oh, you lose a life. Oh, goal.
Ah, shit! Ah, I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention, but we may get this win anyway. But it all comes down to this because it's a 3v1. Now it's a 3v1. I think this is a PC player or controller player, but I have no idea. Oh my. What a hit! That is the third win that is the third win today. Third win today. Second win in reload. Third win today. Wow. Thank you. But it wasn't all me. It was I give credit to the yo. Who? Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh my god. You look even more like a bitch in person.
Wow. Wow. I see how it is. Good looks. What the fucking bro? What the fuck? You just called me a bitch, and then now you're asking about chips? What in Jesus Christ's name? But anyway, it wasn't me. I give credit to the kid that gave us the win. All right, 1 minute. Okay. Chef Pee-Pee, Chef Pee-Pee.
Pull me one.
Shame on me. Shame on you.
Pull me twice. You know. Pull the ball.
Bruh, are they still playing? Hold on. Oh, they're in the weather delay. Seven, 3. I forgot that was I forgot that was in the rack, honestly. The pizza pans. The dish rack. So far this stream today has 78 views. The second highest is last year's football season. Oh, hey, Elijah, you said something about crosswords last week. You want to play it after by 6 o'clock? By 6 o'clock. Crosswords. Yes. Damn. What's doing it again? See, it's always happened to you, not me. Alright, now we're actually in hour number 5. We're officially in the final hour of this stream, and then we'll stream again tonight at 7:30. That's it. Wow, Auburn, and we just lost. We just lost. Damn. My nigga. You. Do it again. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Alright, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. So I think this is going to be the final game of this 6-hour stream. I actually am not exactly sure because the stream ends at 5 or at 6 o'clock, I mean. So. Yeah, we're not eliminated yet. Yeah. Well, it's a three game weekend, and we just have to win tomorrow and Sunday. So we have to play 2 games tomorrow. I think that's right. But we have to choose who we're playing. So we have to see who we're playing at 6 o'clock. What in the world, bro? And he's done. It's okay, I'll get you guys. It's okay. Oh, also, Damon, I started to use Simple Edit. I can't. It's not like that. It's not like that. I can look at the score. Hold on. I do know the game literally just started though. How did they shoot? Oh my gosh. Huh. Alright, let me look at the score. Hold on, I got you. He was in my box? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see why. And he had a pulse rifle. There's nothing much I could have done. Okay, hold on. Oh, they don't. Oh, it doesn't start until 6:30, and I probably won't show it until after. So I'm gonna be live on Twitch by like 7:30. But I won't be showing like that. So we finished the day off. With four wins. We'll be able to see if we can continue that heading into as we head into the YouTube one. All right, hold on. I'm gonna turn on my chat audios. My voiceover audio. My voiceover audio. Where is it? Chat to speech on. Okay. Pop fly. Did you? That was not a pop fly? I thought it was a pop fly. I can't. Huh, okay.
West Virginia is at 5-it.